forgetting that it doesn't automatically pick an ingest server for me. Now it gives me a selection that I have to actually click through. Which, I mean, that's probably good if one's consistently having jank despite the diagnostic numbers, and I want to avoid it, then sure. It's just an extra step I keep forgetting about.
You should write a checklist.
I mean, there's one additional thing that takes like half a second.
Don't laugh. Checklists are helpful.
They are. I just think it's unnecessary.
They prevent you forgetting things. It's their very job.
Oh, I'm sorry, Remy.
Oh, kitty.
I didn't mean to snag you there. Sweet girl. Vince going up the stairs.
You don't do sideways stairs.
This is in Smileton.
You know what I like? Cat steers.
What?
I'm one of the last creatures on the planet who's making a cake fart reference.
What?
Oh, cool. You don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
That's good. I hope we're not live.
We are.
That's okay. There are probably a number of YouTube holes that occasionally joke about cake farts. It is a known quantity.
And the bridge is up. No APR yet, but that's fine.
Annual percentage Robodyne. %0 APR for the first year. After which you better hope you paid it off, because we crank it up to the stars.
To the moon.
No further than that. To the moon, and we never said of which planet. You thought it was our moon? Yeah, you must be loony.
Just built my second Hawking radiation harvester in Kitten's game.
Trying to become a fuzzy civilization at the end of time, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have you looked into iron stars?
That I don't think that's a thing in the game.
Are you thinking of building a Matryoshka world, or maybe a Birch world?
Entirely out of wood.
Or some other gigastructure? No, it doesn't mean Birch! It's the guy's name! It involves building habitats like really close to a freaking event horizon, so time is dilated to heck and back, and the civilization can basically outlast the end.
Make my own Agartha. Actually, what kind of tree was Yggdrasil supposed to be?
Oh, slag. I knew that. But fir,
No, it's not a fir
elm,
tree.
spruce? No,
No.
it wasn't an oak. There's something weirdly specific.
This was not what I was trying to get, but it says anonymous and its affiliates
Mm-hmm.
hacked 90% of Russian misconfigured databases.
Hmm.
90%.
That's cool.
That's pretty good. Where's the back key on this? And how do I find the settings for the phone?
Settings you drag down from the drawer up top, and then you press the gear.
Okay,
The
so
back button is probably hiding from you. You need to scroll a little bit for it to turn up.
yeah,
I hate that.
that's a settings thing. I had to tell it to do that.
To allow for,
Yeah.
okay.
Also, why are you
but
giving
for-
me
But for settings, right there.
Ah, okay. Well, why doesn't that, that meant I'd done the
Oh, you
down
tried
from the
filling it
top, and yeah, and I found the bigger things.
Okay. Download. You go to.
Uh-huh. Okay. See, it's these guys that I was looking at to see if there was something in the
No.
in those figures. Okay, because they make that so freaking tiny, and there is something on that main deal, which is a little gear, and it says settings. And so when I clicked on that, it says widget settings, and wanted to know, did I want to change the time, to a 12-hour clock from a 24-hour?
It's an
clock?
ash tree, by the way.
Ash, that it. Well, okay, there we go. Maybe it was some specific tree.
May as well be an ash tray for all the good I'm getting out of this damn phone to begin with.
What?
I'm not
No.
happy.
We're talking about the world tree. That'd be weird.
This should be an ashtray so far.
Also, question: is that one of the ones that has the fingerprint be run by?
I'm sure it does.
It might on the button, but not on the
Yeah.
back. Like much like mine.
Right.
That might
With-
be one.
On the no, it's not.
Does that read?
No. If it has a reader, it's
Oh,
on the
this?
button
No,
like
it's
mine
just
is.
It's just the balancing thing.
Yep.
Not balance anymore, but
No.
yeah, it's just a
Yeah, when I see something kind of recessed like that, I assume it might be an input.
yeah.
I find at least if you drag down on the fingerprint thing, it brings down the drawer.
Yeah.
Goes back up to. So I don't know if that does on the
And
side.
yours is a moto, right?
Yep.
Or is it?
Mhm.
Okay. Does it have an M in the middle of it?
Yes, it's the fingerprint. See?
Yeah.
It's encased in this like plastic.
Oh, okay.
Main
yeah.
battle
that,
tank
that
of a
is
case,
different.
but-
Yes, there's nothing. It's virtually right there where that does have a.
And now my forehead blows out the camera.
Oh.
It's actually not. It's barely. I think it's about as sunk in as yours. But it's just my case that makes it ridiculous.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, like I said, this is a ridiculous main battle tank in the case. The phone's actually not that big.
Okay. Well, that still looked like a.
And I seem to have activated the camera.
Steely. I don't know. And our previous ones just had a little divot, more of a rounded thing right there. Too. Maybe it's for some formations have it, so they all have an opening there, and it's just the
So
underside.
you see there's a reader on the side? Like in the power button or something?
There is on mine, so I think there probably is on yours as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't gotten to that point yet.
Anyway, good evening, Internet.
Updating
That's
now.
why my translate going.
It is 8:12 p.m. on Thursday, March 10th, 2022. Happy Mario Day. Mar 10 or Mar 10, depending on how you want to look at it.
Wouldn't it be more like Marlowe?
It could be an I. It could be a capital I.
The one is usually an L.
The one is usually a lowercase l.
In classic elite speak.
Well, yeah, but it's not trying for late speak. If it were, it would be M4R, which, no, that's not what it is. It's just March. Abbreviated. Anyway, welcome to Thursday Throne. I'm your host, Mark Amsrai DJ Amstrak. That's Daniel. And tonight we're going to be continuing La Pucelle Tactics. Hopefully my computer won't freeze hard like it did last time. Don't know why that happened.
We had to get an ice pick.
No, we didn't. That is a terrifying approach to computer repair.
Well, it's a joke about having actually frozen solid.
Well,
Or something,
yes.
having to be like
Yes.
chiseled out of the ice, like ding 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 ding. Crunch, shatter. Oh man, that was gonna be wet down there. Now for the other side. Ding 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 ding. Oh, laddie. Oh, you forgot to do something with your.
Oh, yes. Always forget that.
Oh, she's right there.
Well, she wasn't right there.
She makes
Until
herself
just
known on
then.
the regular. She does. This is all there is. For this one yet.
Go ahead and get comfy, man.
So very, very lovely. Yeah, I was trying to get your mom to attempt, like just pulling down, doing it this.
Mm-hmm.
See if that did, because that sounds like they can make her life easier since she's having trouble with the drawer.
Well, no,
Oh,
it's
dumb.
it's that she was looking in the wrong spot for it. Like she was looking among these icons here for it, those big icons. And even when pulled down there, she was looking among them for it and didn't see the tiny little gear right there.
Yeah, those are actually switches, effectively.
Yeah.
Those are toggles.
Yeah, but
Don't really know why it's built like that.
in older Android versions, that's also where the settings button was.
Now, what I find annoying is this new development. See that little animation happening there?
No, it turned
Every time
off.
it wakes up? No. Well, every time I do like a little wiggle wake up thing or something wakes it up because like maybe I bump the desk. It's taken to doing this little blue, purple, and green animation in there. In the background. Which is definitely consuming significantly more energy than when all it did was the battery level indicator in the clock. A recent update did that. I wonder if we can make it not. Yeah,
A most impressive battle.
Not want battery.
Jeez.
She got
I must be
particularly
strong.
displeased with that specific pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
It needed to die. Hard.
Apparently. Excuse me.
You had to enthusiastically deal with how dead it
Did
was.
that hurt?
You haven't downloaded a security update from February, have you? Not really sure. No, that's good stuff. Silly rectangle. That little buzz in the brilliant periwinkle light you see coming off my glasses are from Pucelle. I told it it could.
But did you stop to think if it should?
Its uptime had been in the thousands of hours.
Yeah, probably time for a reboot.
And there was an update that it hadn't bothered installing it, so do that. Silly rectangle.
Night vision.
You don't see moto actions as active. Sure is. You Thunderblade? Why did that wander into my brain?
I don't know. Why are you thinking about sheep deeds?
I wasn't asking, I was lamenting. Like, why? What? No.
A most impressive battle.
Sheep deeds.
Sheep deeds.
The bank says I own this sheep. Specifically.
You're pathetic.
It specifically says February 1st, 2021. Pretty sure it's nice to be catch. So, you have chain updates to deal with. You never bothered me about them for a radio review. Ugh, phones are dumb. I said that earlier, but now I'm saying it harder.
Play with fire. Be hit by fire.
Maybe I should say it better. I can totally say it faster. But how do you say something strong? You just run up and start chanting about delts or something? Something cultists of the Iron Church, something over there.
What?
Wait, you've never heard of a game called an Iron Church?
No.
It's where people go regularly to lift pieces of iron. Repeatedly. In a kind of ritual.
I suppose.
Sometimes while repeatedly saying the same things. Like a chant. I'm implying gyms are a cult. If certain people are in the chat, they'd probably agree.
$40. Awesome.
I realized another stupid direction that the bad girl Windows 10 laptop tweet could go.
Oh.
Like your brain's like, this is a confessional in here, please don't speak that way. And then I thought of something even stupid. Miss, this is a Wendy's.
Of course.
Would you like her spicy chicken sandwich with the honey on it? Boy, I made that sound appetizing.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like her sandwich with the goop on it? It's got goop. Good. Actually, it's pretty good. You could call the girl who got girl working in the sandwich line right now Sandra Gupta.
What?
Pretty good girl.
Leave it to me!
I think you are crossing too many lines there. Because I don't think Sandra Gupta is anybody.
No, it's not your Gupta. I was just like imagining some doofy, crass dork at a Wendy's working with someone named Sandra who's like putting the sandwiches together while he does front window.
Weirdly specific.
Talking about the goop on the hot honey sandwich, the hot honey chicken sandwich. And making a stupid joke calling her Sandra Gupta.
I must be strong.
Because of the goop, you understand. Who's gonna goop? Not sure, but based on the accent, I think this is taking place somewhere in proximity to the Bronx.
I pity you, fool! I must be strong.
The power of the chicken gives you more experience for murder.
I mean, yeah.
One of them's playing FF11 and they're like, man, this Sultana character's pretty cool. And one's like,
Hey, yo!
hey, we've got guys at home.
Leave it to me.
Meanwhile, guys at home.
That was close.
Yay, a level.
Really, guys, is like a kind of chicken book. She's a giant chicken! Don't you understand? Heresy!
I win!
Almost rank 17 of,
Stinky.
of hit. Stinky? What?
Rank 17.
Oh.
More like stank 17. Woohoo! Like whenever he does that thing with her leg. The stanky leg. It appears we can expect 1/10 to 1 inch of snow. Cool. Actually, we might be in the 1 to 2 zone. And before they still haven't bought sand or rented plows. Perhaps have already returned the plows from previous.
Probably.
There are 2 inches of snow. Shut the state down. It says, guess what time it is? Winter! Winter forever! Nothing but winter. So it looks like it might actually feel like spring next week. Hey, yep. That's our save.
Mm-hmm.
And before we get about 3 weeks of spring, before leaping violently into the heat of summer. And then for some reason, another sub-freezing cold snap, and then right back to summer again.
Winter gave spring and summer the miss and went straight on into autumn.
No, that'll never happen around here. Only going to give autumn the miss. And leap horrifyingly from the blazing heat of summer to icy cold grip of winter. Followed by a heat wave, and then back to winter again.
Leave it to me!
I feel bad for this one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when you're playing Freelancer and just like the last
must be
pirate on the
strong.
map is being lit up by everyone else.
Yeah.
I feel bad for that one. It's like, maybe let them surrender? I just read something on screen as bilge clock.
The heck is a bilge clock?
I guess it's something that judges you while you work the bilge pump. It measures your pumps per minute.
You've only got yourself to blame.
Muscle guard. Guard those muscles.
It's like the Koopa's guard, but buff. And less movement. Yeah, looks like Android's implemented the face unlock.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if it does that thing where like emails you a picture of your cat saying this person tried to unlock your phone. Seems like that's a surprisingly effective way to generate silly cat pics. As well as occasionally implicate household members who weren't trying to unlock the phone, but were actually just kind of like looking at it because it was ringing. Like, who's... No, I'm not trying to unlock it, you don't think? I'm trying to check the caller ID on the buzzer. You know, it sounds like
40. Imperial Jesus. Can't believe it's not Jesus. Holy, holy.
Engine updated to version 1.4.9. I don't really know about 1.9 details. Is it until Hawking radiation?
No, that's been there for a while.
Not a bad fight.
Business Kakuna.
I win! Yeah! I must be strong. Confess! That was close.
A vote for Pumpkin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away. Must put Shu on Pumpkin. It's the only way.
Detach all wings. Captain, that's moronic. It's the only way.
Not bad. Nice try.
Yep, the evasion bonus the guard still gives you isn't gonna help against an auto hit proc. You getting hit.
Mm-hmm.
fish.
At this latitude?
It's like fish factorial. Fish times smaller fish times smaller fish times smaller fish times like fry times smaller fry times like krill times plankton times 1. I'm not really sure what you get when you multiply all those together.
I'm not sure either. I'm not sure how to multiply entities.
However, it's fish factorial. I assume it's similar to matrix multiplication, but with, like, more dimensions. And a surprising amount of chemistry. And depending on whether that works constrained to volume, possibly a surprising amount of physics too. This doesn't sound good for the creatures involved.
Not really.
Once something becomes more physics than thing, nothing is going to have a good day.
I'm sorry.
Jumpy sword uppercut. Yeah.
Double push-ups. Push-ups. Kick. Push-up some more.
Double push pops. The orange one with Flintstones on it. Everybody knows that push pop. It was the cheap ice cream. If you didn't have the money for the Ninja Turtle with the gumball eyes and the disturbingly stretched out face when you did it.
I never really ice cream trucked.
It was fun. You got to chase the truck down. It's like being a persistence hunter like our ancestors. You chase the truck until it starts to overheat and gets all exhausted. And then when it's defenseless, you give the guy inside money and he gives you its delicious frozen organs. Which you then feast upon. Less vultures, though. Usually. If they're vultures, something's gone wrong. Also, you generally don't need a spear for anything.
46.
Just one.
Hot damn.
You bury some money from your parents before you ran out the door.
Psh. Money's for chumps.
What, would you rather have some monkey from your parents before you ran out the door?
Like a chump, hey. Like a chump, hey.
That sounds a little bit more chumpy because... Yeah, you don't want monkeys.
You don't want Wookiees? What?
You don't want digital monkeys.
No, you definitely don't. Yeet.
These games never amount to anything. Just sitting on servers and looking at them. That's all they do.
No, wait, it's the lions that are lazy.
I thought the series was called Lazy Apes or something like that.
Bored apes.
Ah, bored conspiracy.
Sure.
Bored Ape Yacht Club?
Yeah.
Bored Ape Regatta. Bored Ape Regatta.
I don't want to think about monkey cheese.
I was just thinking the monkeys were making lasagna later. That's what you do with ricotta. You make lasagna. I don't think it serves any other purpose. Oh, it can also be used in manicotti, which is like lasagna but round and difficult. More annoying to eat. Apologies to the Italians in the audience. You're probably aware of a lot more uses for ricotta cheese than I'm aware of. And you also probably don't want to try any of the weird monkey lasagna.
I sure don't. Yeet.
I don't pull punches.
You don't want to try the monkey lasagna? It's fresh! How about the horse ice cream?
Okay, that's just ice cream churned by a horse.
Yes, it's horrifically smooth and delicious.
Horrifically?
Horse-rifically.
Horrific.
It's equilicious. I like how she did 108 points of damage. She's not a Buddhist, she's a chicken worshiper. What the heck?
She's a chicken whisperer.
Shh, what's that?
Why you?
Oh, so close.
I was causing with the shrooms. Got Becky with the shrooms.
Becky?
She's given up on being Becky with the good hair, now she's one of the shrooms.
What?
I'm not even sure which artist I'm referencing. Some flip-flop sort of a thing.
Flip flop?
I say that because I'm not 100% sure if it's a hip-hop artist or not. Some singers, you know, writer. Fools armor, touch number 4. Fool's armor. That's which number 4. What are you talking about this one in reference for? Good bonus! I'll claim your dog's bonus. Now he won't be able to afford the new vacuum cleaner for his dog house.
Well, dogs hate vacuum cleaners, so.
See, we both win. This goes to serve that dogs don't know how to handle money.
What? Giga power.
I Would you dare to assert the opposite?
I
No.
must be strong.
Pizza Hut is hiring. They're open? No, they're open. I wouldn't have gotten pizza if they weren't open. From now. Never gotten pizza from open.
Gotcha.
They've gotten Mazio's pizza.
Not a bad fight.
They have pizza. Mazio's. They have pizza. I would never be hired to work on Medicine Avenue.
Sounds like you said Medicine Avenue.
I wouldn't be hired to work there either.
Yeah.
My handwriting's bad enough, but that's about it. Meditate on potion. Yell pile driver. Pile driver!
What? Bat squats.
Ah, squats is one of those rare ones that just hits the bottom row. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Drink the potion and feel bad. And if that's I'm going to take up episode of hand. Fun's no longer doing stupid animation that turns to back. It does get a little drained if it just sits there being good. There.
Why am I still so drowsy?
Have you been hanging out near any weird Pokemon?
No. Haven't been near Pokemon in years.
Have you wearing pumpkin socks?
No.
Pumpkin nerd!
Nerd.
Is that an ancient wheezing bully still calling people nerds? That's an insult?
That's kind of what it sounded like. Nerd.
That guy from the Revenge of the Nerds. 40 years later.
Ogre?
Yeah, that's his name. It was like, what was his name? Balrog or something?
Man, I got an ogre slaying knife. It's got +9 against ogres.
Nerd! Man, I don't think I need this knife anymore.
Removed.
Nya. Nya, nya, nya. Okay, now I want to hear that in like friggin' church ass polyphony. That'd be silly. Ooh, or worse, can you imagine like around a neon cat?
I wonder how that would work. Like
Poorly!
yeah.
Where'd the
Not
pumpkin
a
go?
bad fight.
I can't find it. Help, why can't I find this Pokemon? Why can't I resolve where it was? Why can't I resolve this pumpkin address? Help! Pumpkin not found. Oh, guard skill. Come on out of it. Come on out of it.
Dang.
Stupid anime fight where no one hits anyone!
Okay, kittens, what are you up to?
Being small, building an empire. Piling on that solar revolution bonus.
Oh, that's been capped for like centuries.
As cap.
I mean, there's a limit to the.
That's just like logarithmic and becomes like very, very reduced, very diminished return.
No, it's a cap insofar as I cannot possess enough resources to upgrade it again, and it has been that way for centuries.
Oh, I meant like, you know, hitting praise button every now and again to get a tiny bit more worship and slightly increase the solar revolution bonus.
Oh, that I thought you meant like taking ranks of Solar Revolution.
I thought you can do that.
Yeah, you can.
What?
Yeah. Once you transcend, you can. Or no, wait. I'm thinking of.
Solar revolution is one of the ones you explicitly can't take a second time.
Yeah. I was thinking Solar Chant.
Yeah, solar chant, sure. This is a cheap one.
Yeah.
Get all the faith, all of it.
Yeah. Currently, my worship bonus is giving me plus 844%.
Wow. Mine's gradually working its way towards blind tea again. It wasn't like 40 odd. And I was like, I want to do the transcendence thing, but I need to have some freaking epiphany for that. So I stocked up a near full tank of faith. I went ahead and did the faith reset. Then use the faith to bring it back to worship at the increased rank or the increased amount in order to get some solar revolution bonus back before the economy completely imploded.
Comploded.
Comploded. That's exactly what my brain did there. Comploded. And I saved before I did that. And then I, bought a couple of Transcendence tiers. And realized that it apparently does nothing other than increase the rate at which you convert worship into epiphany.
Mm.
So I loaded. And I did part of that again. Save for the volume of Transcendence. I did activate Transcendence, so I can buy Solar Chant and other silly things several times.
I'm gonna be the Maiden of Light!
Ooh, it takes plastics this thing repeatedly. More max science, please.
I'm sorry.
Gold Inspired, don't mind if I do.
Yay, hit rank up.
And Solar Chant as many times as I can get away with, so the face starts pouring in so I can get that freaking Solar Revolution bonus back faster.
Yep. I've got 8 solar chants right here. 6 sun altars, 6 golden spires.
Got yourself to blame.
I never played Golden Spire, sadly.
I think you're thinking of Dragon Spire.
Nope, I'm referring to Golden Sun.
Oh.
Eat this!
Nice.
Why you?
I've not actually heard of Dragon Spire, what's that?
A most.
It was a, I guess you could call it a graphical mud.
It says, is that like a game where you play a dragon and you go around doing motivational speeches and people give you tons of money for your reward?
No.
Because it sounds like an effective way to drag.
No, not drag inspire. Dragon spires.
Oh, plural.
Yes.
Okay. I thought it was like Dragon Spire. Like Dragon Inspiration. That sounds like an effective way for a dragon to get away with existing. I guess that big artist natural charisma. Find some way to get Mutant Splendor cast on you before doing a speech to make it even better. Get a vigorous following. Write useless self-help manuals that people will buy. Then, like, use all the money to buy gold for your reward.
Or drugs.
A dragon hoarding drugs would just be weird. I can't tell if it's a white dragon or not.
19, 17.
It's sitting on top of a mountain of coke.
It becomes a druggin.
It's not snorting any of it. Because you see dragons have a rather high natural int and wisdom, so they know to not get high on their own supply. Unless it is a white dragon, they're known for being surprised at your own.
Well,
Especially when young. White
but-
Merlings are kind of...
by dragon standards, anyway.
Yeah. Like, a white wormling is dumb enough that the party wizard might be smarter than it. Which isn't that dumb.
Yeah.
But it's pretty dumb for dragons. It probably gets teased. A red dragon, however, might very well be using your party as chess pieces, literally, for fun.
I mean, human chess is pretty fun.
Like, its layer doesn't look anything like a grid, but it is a grid if you shift the... Yeah, if you mathematically shift certain parameters, it will conform to a grid. It's using subtle magics to
I'm the best.
make your party and the monsters in the dungeon move in certain ways that conform to chess rules.
Yeah. Not a bad fight.
This thing is all for its own amusement.
Yeah! Here we go!
They're never written as scary as their stats imply they should be. You generally just don't want to deal with it, right?
This is getting interesting.
Nice. Actually, level up.
I see. Oblivion small.
Mm-hmm. Wait, who can still act? Oh, right.
Leave it to me!
Quick, Bathrion, do something Faye.
I must be strong.
Chicken rice. Rice, chicken. Chicken rice. Wrong chicken.
Gotcha. Not a bad fight.
I don't know, it is pretty lame. It's like you impaled the pumpkin on your flaming sword, and then that was it. Nobody did anything particularly interesting, it just died in the face, was murdered.
It died in the face. It died as it lived. In the face.
You murdered it to death with your flaming sword.
And stage clear on an enemy turn.
It's like that time that Shigura is like, oh yeah, that guy, something about tea. Oh wait, no, I hate tea. You go murder him to death for me instead. Murder him to death. That's just... That's the kind of phrasing that sticks in your craw. It's real stuck up in there. Like a crayfish or something.
Seymour Crayfish.
The swamp supercomputer. Makes a heckin' gigaflop gumbo.
32.
It took me a little bit to come up with a computing term to just gumbo. Why not Wumbo? No, Patrick. Chicken Lumbo's the one. What?
Ow, my back.
Hey, why did either of those things happen?
Mm.
You need an NSAID.
Hopefully not.
Yeah, I'm stopping from inflaming and hurting itself further.
Let me... Okay, I think it's fine.
Because that's what I use them for. It's like, that doesn't hurt much, but it's going to hurt itself if I don't kill the inflammation.
I just yanked it weird. It's fine now.
Remember, kids.
Don't
Never
yank it weird. Shut up.
That's so dumb. I realized after I said it just how dumb it really was.
Like that storefront window that I posted in whichever Discord that was. It appeared to be a shoe store that said, "Stop working, start jerking."
That was strange.
Uh-huh.
What was it supposed to say?
I mean, I think that's what it was supposed to say, I just don't think that's what it was supposed to mean.
Did it mean like the jerkin? A kind of jerk?
No, there wouldn't be an apostrophe then.
Be gone!
I'm sure it meant something else by jerk,
I didn't even
but they didn't count on that having a colloquial meaning already.
Maybe it sold jerk chicken.
It was a shoe
And
store.
shoes. Maybe it sold chicken shoes to jerks.
Oh, come on!
Freaking-
Auto hit, thank
Yay,
you!
Thank you, Frank. Oh, you even finished it. Yay. I was expecting she'd like hit it and it might survive, but at least it's weaker now.
Purify range plus 5.
Delicious.
I
They can filter water from further away.
I don't pull punches.
Now it's dead. Alright.
Woo, dead.
That's an unwise move, Pumpkin
Leave
Chunky.
it to me.
This is divine punishment. Why, you? That was scary.
That bomb doesn't fool around. Remember when he was throwing apples and lollipops?
Mm-hmm.
It's like someone told him he needed to probably use an actual weapon.
Well, he's still throwing mushrooms, though.
He likes using mushrooms, apparently. And he's got a special attack where he brings out a lot of mushrooms.
Yeah.
It's Yoki Chaos.
Kinoko.
What's Kidoki?
I don't know.
You could say Kinoko is a shroom shibboleth. Okay, shroom shibboleth is actually a slightly terrifying concept. Just like a waterfall of mushrooms.
Eh,
A microfile cataract.
those are words.
Yes. And together they mean mushroom waterfall. A real Amanita cliff dive.
I'm gonna need you to stop.
See, I was referring to the Acapulco cliff dive from Whitewater Bay.
I've never been there.
You've driven past Whitewater Bay. It's the thing with all the water slides that you might expect.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I know what any of them are called.
The terrifying narrow white one is called the Acapulco cliff dive.
This is getting interesting. A most impressive battle.
It had a strong tendency to shove like about a pint of water up people's noses.
Okay, Kinoki are apparently foot detox pads.
Weird.
Yeah.
Go! Not bad, huh?
You usually use soap for that. It would seem a number of creatures really have no idea what detoxification actually is,
Mm-hmm.
or what toxins are, as simple as they are. They call it the streak.
They call it the screen.
Did the fwing thing. Need to super doof and grab some more.
42. Pumpkin Gutsy. Yep. Out of range. can't get her close enough to matter. I don't think. Yeah, not quite. That's it.
Big flopping.
You can't trust the government. They're in the pocket of big flopping. There's my tin of gross brown stuff I used to spit everywhere.
Nice try.
Be gone! Not a bad fight.
Muscle guard.
Remember, kids, protect your muscles.
Nice.
You suck.
No, you.
Tunch. It's a technical term.
There's a lot of technical terms running around these days. I don't know what I mean by that.
Arctic terms. What kind of sound does an Arctic term? Oh dear.
Time to go.
Oh, come on. Somebody get an auto hit.
Anyone?
No.
Bueller! Bueller, please.
Bueller, please.
Bueller, help.
Help, computer. Stop all the download.
Or at least, like, some of it, I guess? You missed the download?
Hey, that elevate defense is ready. Okay, good. Didn't miss.
What's wrong? My order of the sun bonus says at 8.1%.
Ooh.
This could.
I don't pull punches.
I did it incorrect.
There's a speck on the screen. And also I need more drink.
Not a speck. I'm actually gonna say there's a speckled Elpermon. That doesn't make sense. No. It really doesn't make any sense. Yes, probably tomorrow. Also, the way he phrased that made it sound like the cake was going to explode.
Okay. So, Bones is the one that's all super leveled up to try and merge those nice things together, which I think I got way too ambitious with. However, Mrs. Bones, let's take a look at her stats. Yeah, she's just level 20. Should work fine.
Something Mrs. Bones.
Remove that.
Bang,
Okay,
bang.
so 16. Yeah, that should work. If it overflows, it'll only be like by just barely. And the actual defense stat imbued by Elevate Defense is not the important part of what I'm trying to pass on anyway. Oh, come on, where's the other Elevate Defenses? Oh, I put them on... Yeah, they're right there.
Put them on Dave from accounting. My goodness.
Okay, yeah, that should work. Save in advance of doing this, just in case I'm completely messing up the way it's supposed to work here. And hi, guy. Welcome. Mrs. Bones. Six items will be powered up. Defense 13. That's not as high as I thought it was going to be, but it's still way better than it was.
Yeah, you were saying 6.
Yeah. Bones, the Elevate Defense 13.
That's a lot more than the 4 that usually are.
Mm-hmm. Actually, no. Let's keep on cycling this. Let's give that to Alouette and have her level it up a bit.
What's leveling it up? 2.
Well, leveling it up allows it, gives it capacity to take on more.
I mean, like, on a surface level.
Uh,
I think like a couple of points of defense might show up in a few levels.
Yeah,
I wonder if you can have any effect on the defense craft.
I don't think so.
It'd be really funny if it went to like 14. And accidentally leave it on there until it gets like level 6. Like, whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't. Okay.
Alright, now step outside to save.
Yeah, you don't want to do it in public.
Well, then why would I be stepping outside to save?
Because it's the jungle.
Hmm.
Like, I assume the bathroom on the ship's been wrecked, and you don't want to save in front of all those people. So you go outside and ensure yourself.
I should also start, like, mashing some rods together.
Just tie them together with some baling wire.
Well, no, I don't want to be a fascist.
I didn't say anything about an axe.
Etymology jokes.
Yep. Tune in for him.
Every weekday. No.
What?
I don't know.
Thursdays after Smurfs.
What Smurfs?
No, wait, it's Thursdays after Snorks.
Oh, I remember the Snorks.
Except that's Rudy the Undead Hound. Sorry. Wrong shot.
19, 17, 17. Okay, no ridiculous levels going on here.
Rudy the Undead Hound runs through the corridors eating up the trolls. $8.3 million ivory.
Nice. Plonk.
Really found that burst of weird energy charming. Weird energy. Something with the recipe.
The names they give. Oops, that's not what I meant to.
That's a bee. Other bees.
Bee? What? What are you talking about?
I'm taking the song from Weird Science and making it weird.
Really weird science.
Leave it to me!
Mushrooms?
I
Really?
don't pull punches.
No, but you let the little mushroom boy finish your kills for you. He's throwing his mushrooms around. In such a childish manner. But sure, throwing mushrooms is totally something children do.
I'm the best.
Yes. Go around a shroom toss. What is rousing and definitely
I don't pull punches.
Yes, yes, you only steal lunches or whatever. Eat grapes and punch.
Poison school lunches. No. No.
So come on down to Jimmy Dean's weird breakfast sausage or whatever this is.
What?
We got a disc. We think it's made of meat. Buy it.
What?
Eat a mystery meat disc to Jimmy Dean's breakfast sausage or whatever this is. Water down will include 33 ounces of liquid. I don't know. My brain is having itself a time.
I think you need to sleep more.
I'll tell you when I've had enough.
You certainly haven't yet.
Well, jump on me off then.
I'm not. I'm saying you should have more. I'm doing the opposite of that.
I'm doing a stupid bit.
Why you?
Baptismal bomb.
I've heard of baptism in fire, but this is ridiculous.
Leave it to me. A most impressive battle.
The monks in this religion just have... They're downright incendiary.
Did that hurt?
Who needs fire and brimstone? We have fire and black powder.
I mean, brimstone goes into black powder. saw fire, fire and brimstone coming down upon my head. I saw fire, fire and brimstone.
Somebody lose control of their sulfur collection? What's going on?
Sulfur collection?
This is a collection of little chunks of sulfur from places. Get some from various volcanoes. Get some from Sulphur, Oklahoma. Most obvious place to get sulfur. Sulfur.
Sulfur.
Write that down.
It's the most important part of all.
Oh, it is. Oh, sure.
Actually, yeah, that works. Okay. Big explosion time.
Big explosion.
Oh, wait, no, I screwed it up. I could have had a double miracle.
All the way across the sky.
And instead that happened.
What could it mean?
Seven 793-739.
What could it mean?
Yeah, it's level 1 and it gained 3 points of defense. It's still not a lot, but that's, like I said before, that's not why I'm equipping it.
Gained a small fraction of the barrier. $29 things ago. There was some stuff. Look at that.
I see.
Retrieve the windshield and put it back. Hurry. It's going over there.
I remember a time when I was driving down I-35 at night, and I swore I saw a polar bear on the side of the road.
The probability of that is low.
The probability of that is low, but I have no idea. I have no idea what it actually was, but it looked like a polar bear. He broke his cage. Yes, the polar bear is out.
furry.
Aviates.
Eats of a large pizza is a significant amount of. Boy, that was a lot of fries.
A lot of procs of food.
I'm the best.
There might be. Alright. Frequent procs of order. Horse do-overs.
I'm sorry.
Horse endeavors.
From makers of horse e-books.
I didn't even break a sweat.
Speaking of, Twitter bots, even though that one technically wasn't a Twitter bot.
It was just some creature?
Yeah.
Sounds.
Where did I... There was a... There is a very silly Twitter that I encounter from time to time.
Here we go!
There it is. 80s news screens.
Believe it.
Just stills from
Here we go!
news programs in the 80s that look
I didn't
weird
even break a sweat.
and... like their pinned tweet. John Pittman, #1 nut man.
I assume he grew a good number of tree nuts on his farm with trees on it.
Who is this? That looks like the freaking Shroud of Turin.
It does. Maybe it's the Shroud of Durin. It's made of his beard.
Father Durin has many beards.
Beard's devoted. They say that beneath Durin's beard
Was another
another
beard.
beard. And his whole people were called the Longbeards. So
Yeah, shoe fits. Careful.
the exchange.
Knuckle arrow.
Knucklehead. Chowder arrow.
Chowder arrow? That's not an
Ew.
insult I've ever heard before. I gotta stay right there.
Chowder arrow. He's a harmless version of Mel's acid arrow that chucks an arrow made of like New England clam chowder. At the target. Blind remembers they fail a reflex save. Today on Stupid Cantrip Ideas.
Buzz Kirpius, Associate Athletic Director. That sounds like a fake name.
She has a weird name.
Wayne. Kib de Lorraine, aerobics instructor.
Uh, um,
Yeah, it's just
Dude, were you
Don't this company's not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can say. Isn't that what you showed
Yeah.
me earlier? Or
Be gone!
Sam Matthews saw pictures.
He looks just about exactly like Napoleon Dynamite.
Vernon Davis, not a fan.
Clearly, he's a guy.
Ripoff at the pumps.
Oh, you pathetic creatures don't know that, right?
Nobu's Bar. Next, comparable work, comparable worth. What's hot?
Not that guy. He looks like a young Newt Gingrich.
Not really.
In terms of, like, hair and
I mean, he has the same hairdo, but that's a very...
face paste. He looks like a bowl of mashed potatoes with Newt Gingrich's haircut. Which is to say, he looks like Newt Gingrich.
not that much like him.
Or am I thinking of Donald Rumsfeld?
Doesn't look like that guy either.
You just accepted Donald Rumsfeld.
Yeah.
The flower of food.
Howard Tipton, pay raise opponent.
Well, screw you, Howie. Get out of here.
Hirsch Laudenslager, super fan. There's Wayne again. Next time, do you need one?
I must be strong.
It's like one of those old calculators.
Why are they operating it with the tip of the pencil cover?
I've got
It's pretty common.
With your stream open,
Mhm.
but then in a different browser, I've got Conspiracy Central 1776.
Why are you looking upon that?
Which, well, Conspiracy Central, I thought, okay, this they're going to be making fun of all of these cute people or whatever. No, this is the cute people. They, for some reason, they're embracing the idea of conspiracy theories.
Well, yeah.
That it's a good thing. I mean, you know, conspiracy
Hey, is that Mac?
theories are supposed to be bad.
And it is, yes. Smith and Princess says, high school cheers, high school cheers, high school cheers.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't think it's high school cheers, though, considering it's a beer. I don't know what the HS stands for, though.
Do you remember how kids were in high school? They would duel each other over beer.
Not legally, they didn't.
Well, yeah, dueling's not legal.
There is an eater in high school. I was in high school.
Were those a different kind of seniors than the sort you normally find in high school?
No, it's the drinking age was 18.
Myth and Princess says, ha ha ha. Oh, maybe doing it. Cute.
Darn.
This one.
Design.
The computer screen says it too.
17, 19, 36, 17. Okay.
No, there's pumpkin and onion. Like a pumpkin pie. Let's get some long pepper from somewhere. It's like pepper, but longer.
Whoopie-tie-I-O. Get along, little pepper.
Let me tell you how you.
Yeah. That's how the song goes. Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggy. Your misfortune ain't none of my own.
Oh, there we go. It's running my phone. Yeah.
Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along,
For
little
some reason, I
doggy.
thought it was Whoopie-tie-yay.
Something Montana will be your new home. I started way too low there.
But I guess I'm probably thinking of Hey Dude from Nickelodeon.
I never watched that show.
Whoopie-tie-yay, celebration day. Wow. Unless you're familiar with Ernest P. World, that is just what?
Yeah, that was my thought too. It's like, for anyone without that context, it's-
With the princess says, Encore high school cheers.
stick around long enough and I'll probably sing something else.
Something about nasty jackrabbits and killer cacti.
What?
That's from the opening band.
No.
It was a show about kids working at a dude ranch.
The forecast you can remember.
Did that hurt?
Forecast you can remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
What?
The Mob Economic Impact. Gladys Dilly Rock and Roller.
I love how the ends in quotes.
Mm-hmm. Should have been single quotes.
And then Princess requires, what in the tactics is this?
The game, I assume, or what I'm showing him that is not appearing on screen. The game is La Pucelle. It's if you've played
This guy?
yes, if you've played Disgaea, it's related to that.
I didn't even break a sweat.
It's another Nippon Ichi game.
Yeah,
Really
it's a Nippon Ichi game. They made it before Disgaea, but it didn't get localized until after because I guess, Disgaea was one of those games whose popularity kind of opened the doors to other similar games like it in the West.
Also because the West is like weird about things. A bunch of sprite work was necessary for recording it because like these characters are demon hunters that work at a church, and the reason some of these sprites look as plain as they do is because there's a lot of missing crosses.
Yeah, lots of religious imagery that got removed. Rich Thrash, Tree Salesman.
But the princess says it looks great.
Yeah, it's a good game. Love the visual style. I'm just stuck at a really grindy spot right now.
And optional.
Yeah.
How is this news? Hey guys, Eric Nelkin bought pizza. Sweet, pizza! Oh no, it's the 80s and he got Domino's! It tastes like the box! Domino's. It tasted like the box. It's a lot better now. Like, weirdly good. Recently had a simple, flat, thin crust cheese pizza. And that was a really good cheese pizza. A really good crust. It was weird. Like, I knew Domino's had improved. I didn't know they got liquid. Weird. Myth and Princess says, Domain knows! That works okay in text, but when emitted faceways, it kind of sounds like one's casting some sort of spell from the clerical nose domain.
Domain?
Some sort of snozcraft. Yeah, you know, clerical domains from...
Right, but no, I mean, like what was originally said?
Oh, it is domain, yes.
Why is it domain?
Domino's?
Oh, okay. Domain knows. Okay, got it. I was confused.
But instead of ball of noses, it's multiple nopes. Is how it's spelled. Schnozcraft. That's one of those narrow regions of magic that you get your magic PhD in, I suppose. Oh good, oh good, it's dead.
I'll do anything for Omar.
It's funny when she says meow. That fairy's been living on a ship crewed by kitties.
Leave it to me.
Yep,
I didn't even break a
that's
Like
one.
one
That's
baby.
one of the kitties right there.
He's a bit different than the others.
Yeah.
Kind of lazy and weird and really good at magic.
I must be strong.
It must be dead. And everybody gets a regen tick before the fight ends. You know, as a treat.
Oh, I've got a lot of things to use.
Yeah. Three slices of Nate Slice large pizza covered in grease.
Nate slice?
What?
12 slices of Nate slice.
Of an 8-slice pizza. Covered in grease. It can cause a bit of similar to the post-lunch slump. But instead it's more of a dinner slump. It's ready. That sound was strange. No.
Well,
What was that huff for? You heard her today, right?
she does that a lot.
Hey.
Here. Here, Remy.
Get on camera. There you go.
There you go.
Hey.
Hey.
What you doing? Are you being small?
Aw. It's a good spot for a kitty.
Yes, it is. You can just sit there and be small. Sit laptop. Screen. And now she's out. Time to go sniff a break.
Time to go look at the rabbit.
And sniff a break.
When you see it.
You'll sniff breaks.
35, 17, 18.
Hey, need anything from the pumpkin shop?
Jimmy. It's his space. Don't mess with him in there. He's just saying hi.
Yes, but he did so suddenly and unsettlingly, so she had to complain about it. Today on Slowpoke News, kitties don't like how rabbits move. They find it weird and unsettling. They'd probably be really freaked out by a Jarbola. Nathan Pizza says, I might lurk a tad. Here to support you, friends, but Tyrant was just streaming FF5, which I've never seen. For like 4 hours and I need a stretch.
That's fair. Thank you for hanging out, at least.
Indeed, self-care is important.
Indeed.
I like to stretch while watching things. Well, actually, rather I watch things while I stretch. Because stretching on its own is not very mentally stimulating. So I'm just counting to 20 repeatedly. I missed. She didn't miss.
Nope.
I don't pull punches.
Ah, she needs to mom a bit and get kiddos to bed. Put us still here.
All over.
Here we go.
I must grow stronger.
Children, to bed. You must prepare your bodies in preparation for another day of scholastic torment tomorrow. Who knows what strange new breed of math they'll try to shove up your nose? I forget where they put that.
Scholastic Torment is my Pink Floyd cover band.
That's it.
You suck.
I remember the last day of high school. It was strange walking home that day. Knowing that, like, school was over.
Yeah.
For real. Like, sure, going to college, but it wasn't going to be the same. Then it turned out to be really close to the same, just you had to pay for it. Because I think the lack of bells, it just felt like more high school. I mean, like, additional high school.
Kinda, yeah.
Probably because my high school was, like, a weird one that was many buildings, so it was like the campus. It was like a miniature campus.
Yeah. I mean, where I went to high school was too, but at the same time it was like the classrooms themselves for the high school were only spread across like 1.5 buildings.
Hmm.
Like, the way it was built was kind of weird. There were these huge areas that were all technically under one roof. Like, it was one long, continuous roof. But the walls themselves weren't self-contained and contiguous.
Hmm.
So it was like, building into covered walkway into other building. And, like, there were connections beyond, like infrastructural connections beyond that. They just rooms that weren't within the same enclosures. And a few classrooms that just opened directly to the outside instead of an inside hallway.
I remember one classroom that opened to the outside and to an inside hallway. What was that? The back door was like a big satellite antenna, I think, actually. I would take that route to get to the academic team practice in the morning. Because it was closer to the parking lot than actually going to the building's primary entrance. Which was often locked that time of day anyway. A lot of waiting for people to unlock buildings at that school in the morning. Yeah, most of the high school had like a number of buildings.
Yeah. I just realized I cut myself off in my description. I was describing the high school part. There were lots of other buildings too, but the school itself was K to 12. So the other sections of the campus were for other things. And like some buildings that were used between all of the different grades.
Yeah, this place was 9 to 12, and then later 10 to 12. And after we converted the old middle school into the 9th grade center.
Uh-oh. Remy looks like she's wanting to get where she's not supposed to be.
Yes.
Don't do that, Remy. You can jump up there. That's fine.
Hi.
That's an okay place for a Remy to be. Just... yeah.
Hi, what you doing?
Pet her. Let her know she can settle down there. Make her comfy.
What you doing?
Meow.
What are you doing? How you doing?
I don't pull punches.
And the more I think about it, the more it feels like the way that my high school campus was laid out was just, like, really random. Because there were... like, some things were clustered together in ways that made sense. But, like... There were multiple computer labs in, like, just all over the place. 2 of them faced outside, 2 of them connected to the library.
I have frustrated your cat. That's called body blocking. Ooh, she's sneaky too.
Yep.
You having butt rubs?
She's always having butt trubs.
Stinky kitty.
Excuse me.
I could have sounds like it may have been... Because I know with Mustang High School, there were a number of buildings. There was the South Building, the Central Building, which adjoined it and included like the main administrative offices, as well as like some history classrooms and such. The Commons, which adjoins and actually connected to the cafeteria. It had a mini cafeteria of its own, and also an upstairs and a bunch of classrooms. The North Building, which was north of the Commons, north of the cafeteria, that is. The East Building.
Okay.
Actually, no, the North Building wasn't north of the cafeteria, it was actually east of the cafeteria. And then further east was the East Building where all the science was. And this all covered a significant geographical space.
All of our science rooms were on the upstairs of the building. And because they were all science rooms, the upstairs was uncarpeted.
East Building was all one floor and substantial. I think it was like kind of H-shaped.
Mm-hmm.
Two long hallways and a big alley. A bunch of science classrooms. And I don't know. I don't think there was much any carpeting in the entire high school. Oh yeah, and I forgot. There's also the West Building. I always forget that thing existed because I never had any classes there. The West Building was to the south of the South Building. Huh. So that's strange.
I'm guessing your school didn't have a geography teacher.
That or I have like algebra and geometry in the West Building, and it's the South Building in English. Pretty much. And then further south of there was the gym. And a lot of these are like separated by big old courtyardy spaces. And the main road where the buses came through. And between the Central Building and the Commons was the auditorium, which had like the choir rooms and rooms and all that stuff. As well as, of course, the theater. All this, like it just has a significant chunk of a campus that can be a little bit to, say, get from the East Building to the South Building. And they sold it as though this was intentional, as though they were trying to emulate the campus experience to prepare kids for college. I believed them. Then later, I read that in fact, it was piecemeal. Those buildings had been separate schools.
Yeah, that figures.
It's like there had been like a grade school and high school and.
Did I just save?
And I didn't mention the portables that are like to the north of the north and east buildings. Because they're like portables. There was an old gym where they did like basketball. So yeah, they pretended that it was intentional, but it was not. And I have to wonder if maybe your school had been built in a similar fashion, like a number of pre-existing buildings bought by the people that ran the
No, it
in high school to turn it into high school.
no, it was all built from nothing. Just like a couple years before I started there.
Huh.
It's a brand new construction.
So they meant to build it like that.
Uh huh.
That doesn't strike me as quite a college experience, though. If all buildings are kept by covered marbles.
Yeah. I think there was. I think they were trying to mimic like a particular college campus with the design. I have no idea which one though. But I think I remember hearing that about the architecture, the architectural choices.
So after he was sprawling enough that there's plenty of places to figure out in the open.
Mm-hmm.
Or where you have to go to like another side of town to find more campus. Or if you're a med student, up into the city to find more campus. Pre-med. Like sleeping in on Saturdays to catch up on sleep? Too bad, you have class on Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it to me!
Pre-med, like sleep? Too bad. Yeah.
Engineering.
I must be
You thought you were
slow.
going to start grad school by 22? Better put down that honors college do it in 4 notebook, hotshot. You have labs.
Here we go!
And no, we're not handing out dogs.
You pig!
Yeah.
That took a lot out of me.
Shroom. And 4 Hylian shrooms.
That thing.
Not a bad fight.
Yes.
Didn't
they're dying
even-
close of Octorok eyeball.
Didn't even bother fact checking.
Or even just like sense checking.
These are real things, I assume. I've never heard of them. It doesn't sound made up at all.
The guy that wrote that was writing that novel of the copy pasted Breath of the Wild stuff, like, no one let that person do programming. That's someone who doesn't know what a code will never be able to detect a code smell ever.
Hmm.
And if you wrote code, it'd probably stink. So bad. He tries to like commit to the repository, and it just
And it just
it
retches.
sends him, yeah, it sends him it sends him an email with an attached GIF of someone puking. Like it's so bad that it triggers an Easter egg that the designer worked into the system. I was like, code smell. Try code stench.
Code stank.
Just like their if else blocks are so insanely nested because they're so poorly designed that like it looks like the Swiss Alps, and you have to scroll to the right for like several inches. They use like 6 space tabs, like a barbarian.
Okay.
Though related to that, I gotta say something that I actually enjoyed doing when I was a programmer and had a bit of
I must be strong.
time that there weren't major demands on me, was to just go through and refactor stuff. Like, find things that had been made in, like, that the interns had made in the sloppiest, it works so I don't care fashion.
I've been forced to make on way too tight a deadline and just like, this looks like arse.
Or
Just to leave a 2 that says fix this and probably never get to it again.
typically it wasn't even deadlines. They were just cranking them out and not caring about quality of code, only that the outputs were sufficient.
Everybody knows that's not what you're supposed to do in the program.
So there were plenty of times where I cleaned these scripts up significantly, where they were just like, go here, do thing, go here, do thing, go here, do thing, go here, do thing. And I was just like, okay, make a set of pairs, and then just be like, list 4 each. Go to A, do thing B. Loop.
Look up tables.
Yes.
So fast. So delightful. I didn't use them.
And they put all of the, like, actual data in one place. Like, it separates the data and the actual mechanism. So if the mechanism breaks, you don't have to worry about screwing up.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
MVC?
What?
Model View Controller?
No, that's not what this was.
It sounds close to it.
This is just, okay, you have a list, and then you have the code that actually does stuff. They're all in this. They're all in the same file, but it's like,
It's MVC writ small.
maybe.
It can be done in various scopes. Like, you got like kind of a mini model going on, it's a data file sitting there, and you've got a mini controller going on there, logic on there.
Yeah, but there's no view.
There's no view, but arguably there's sort of a view in terms of like the input and output. Like, it's conceptually very close to identical to what the capital M MVC do. Just again, they're a bit small.
Yeah.
A microcosm. And the whole point of it is locality. Locality, locality, locality. Computers love locality.
Yeah.
You want space locality and you want time locality, and they're great.
And also plenty of times where I pulled said data out of the script entirely and would put it in the database, and then be able to iterate over that more granularly than the previous option was able to. Which technically was a little slower, but it was a lot more resistant to failure. Like in the previous way, if the first page it tried failed, none of them got captured. If somewhere in the middle got captured, if it failed halfway, the first half got captured, the last half didn't. by splitting them off into the database and iterating over that, each execution was one page on its own. And so, if it failed, it's just that one page that fails. All the rest of them still have the same opportunity.
Yes, it's kind of funny that they let the whole thing tumble downhill on fire if you trip once. Like, if I'd been doing it and was feeling too lazy to use a database, I would, I'd have it just, like, mark its failures in just, like, a list, an array, something. Just, like, get me the error for this, put it in this data structure, do the next one, and keep going. Maybe track to see if we're getting a bunch of errors in a row, get 10 in a row, and then just break because something's dead. But, like, gather up the errors, let other things that'll process go ahead and process, and then go through the array of errors you just made and shove them in logs and emails, whatever you can do with errors. Don't just let the whole process catch fire and burn in the ditch because one thing tripped over itself. The only time you want to do that is where, if you let things keep going, you might be suffering a logic error. If you're in a kind of a logic error minefield, then a real error that blows everything up is better because it draws people's attention to the fact that something's wrong. But in your case, doing page captures from the internet, that wasn't the case.
Mm-hmm.
There are various reasons things might fail individually.
Yeah,
Everything else will be fine.
Yeah, sometimes, at least. Depending on... Like, some sites were really weird and required specific inputs and orders of inputs and stuff like that to even get to the page that we wanted to capture.
Whereas the dependency chain spaghetti storm that I work with, there's enough madness going on that if you let something keep going after something broke, you're probably introducing a logic error down to the rest of the pipe.
Yeah.
For, like, a significant branching pile of calls, changing, if you're making updates to more tables than you want to think about. Much better to just let it explode and die, so it doesn't make a mess. It's all very contextual.
Leave it to me.
Brr.
I didn't even break a sweat.
There's one thing that went wrong recently at work that actually did cause that sort of logic error. But then the logic error in turn caused an inefficiency to make it break and get yourself people's attention. When it works correctly, that, like, the weird way it fills those buckets doesn't become a problem. But when there's only 4 buckets, there's not supposed to only be 4. And the way it's written, that winds up taking so long it explodes. Or rather it gets killed by the OS for trying too many times.
Spleesh.
It's like, are you an infinite loop? You smell like an infinite loop. You know, after running for most of the day.
Here we go.
Freaking stung! You get mushrooms.
You pig! That was close.
Not really. It hit kind of hard, but it didn't die. Fish sound, fish sound.
My favorite refactor, though, at least the one that I'm... It wasn't necessarily the most fun to do, but the result was the most satisfying, was, we had this one really simple script that captured most of the static pages, the ones that was just navigate to the page, save it, done. The way it was written originally, it was taking something like 3 or 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds per page to capture.
Stronger.
And, yeah, after I was done with it, it was doing a page a second.
Very nice.
Which was a big enough deal that it stopped taking more than 24 hours to run.
Yeah, if you can significantly speed up the slowest thing, you'll dramatically improve the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've done that a few times. Like, I'm sorry, why are you handling your database calls like that's stupid? That's very stupid. Why are you doing that? No, I fix. Cool, now it's not timing out anymore. Or even close. The users could be doing like 10 times what they're doing and it would be fine. Who wrote this thing?
Leave it to me.
Go into the version control, find out who wrote it. Someone who hasn't been here for a long time. Okay. Here's another one, like, did they hire incompetence? Or were these people just like, they have a lot of demands on them and they just needed something that worked? Was this supposed to be a band-aid and it got forgotten about?
That's what you call technical debt.
Yep. Because there's the unfortunate fact that, like, good enough for now, I'll get back to it later, usually translates to I won't get back to it, I'll change jobs or retire, and then no one will know it was a problem to begin with.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's...
Or understand it the way I've written it.
Yeah, that's what documentation is for.
So many people did all.
Mm-hmm. Always...
And I can understand not doing structured documentation because you might not have time.
Right, but...
Especially if you're maintaining a lot of stuff.
But you can write self-documenting code.
Comments count as documentation.
Comments do count,
Don't
but...
leave them out.
But even beyond that, you can name functions and variables in ways that are entirely self-explanatory.
Yes.
Even if you don't want to write comments, just name things like work unit dot do this specific thing. You don't need further explanation than that. It's doing the specific thing to the work unit. That's... There you go. I mean, of course, you'd actually be using more specific language than that, but...
Yeah, something like a function.
Well, unless it's like a member function.
I think it's still a function.
Of the work unit
Class.
class, yes.
Yeah, meanwhile I'm working with stuff like cardboard.
Cardboard?
What is cardboard? It's an associative array. It contains another associative array called taxi.
What?
What is happening? Help?
Yeah, that makes no sense. Is that an actual?
It was.
Wow.
The cardboard taxi is a thing that was mostly used to hold like page flow flags. I replaced it with my semi-standardized get and post and session ingestion blocks
Mm-hmm.
that use like happy little for reaches.
Right.
But yeah, cardboard taxi is what was there before. It was a long list. Sometimes it was alphabetized.
Sometimes.
It was long though. You had to
Nice.
scroll past it a lot. It was annoying. It's quite proud when I found a way to get rid of that thing. It's a painful tool. Unless I forget one way I like to do a lot. Obj 1.
No.
Yep. Obj 2. Obj 3. Ret.
Did he just like write the code, compile it, run it through a decompiler, commit that?
These are old COBOL programmers.
Mm.
They didn't like. I can't blame them. If you get too OP, it starts to become really annoying. You get some overhead. Apparently, it doesn't need to be there.
Right, like not everything needs to be an object, but it can be helpful. But beyond that, like having
Why those names?
having descriptive variable names is helpful.
And I'll use weird variable names sometimes, sure. Like Tim. Tim makes more sense than you think it does.
Is it a
It's a
time? Timer? Yeah, okay.
Let's see. I think I use like
Oh, is that Rose?
shard. I believe so. Yes. Rose says meow.
Hello.
Hello.
Leave it to me!
Yeah, it's like an array vinyl containing summary of shards. So called because it was the explode method was used on a record from the database. It blew up a record into a bunch of vinyl shards.
I mean, as long as it's clear what's going on, you
Yeah, things are kept in context. Anyone who's been reading from the top knows exactly what's happening.
yeah.
It just looks like some sort of dork. Murder Princess Adventures continues. I still don't know why you intended to call session prog ID intro, though.
Eat this! I didn't even break a sweat.
Like we kind of namespace out the user's session array. so that they had effectively a separate session for each program they happen to have open in their like, actual HTTP session.
Remy looks so cute.
She does. Twitch.
Twitch. Let me see if I can camera at her.
And you naturally want to have hold of this. You want to have a hold of the particular namespace session element and something more easy to get a hold of than session, whatever the name of the program ID is. Where it says, "Daw, floof." Stinky floof.
Such a stinky floof. I love how she does her little front paws like that.
He's cute.
Okay, that's my turn. She's her.
Oh.
15 months? What? Twitch, show me.
Ooh.
15 months.
Yeah, I was looking at Discord there.
Hot dang.
That's indeed 15 months.
You deserve a prize of some sort.
Rose MVP.
Rose MVP.
MVV?
Good. Come collect your prize sometime. I don't know.
Whatever it is.
We'll figure something out.
Oh man, I'm not getting some of the Java beans. Oh no.
Full of
They
beans.
would make database pulls
Mm-hmm.
and the fields would be enumerated. Not labeled with the field's name, no. No. Number.
Hmm.
Numbered and then mapped by a long series of constants. Because that makes sense.
Hmm.
Touch fluffy to get dizzy.
No, it's touch fuzzy to get dizzy.
Touch fluffy gets dingy.
That's probably accurate. Oh. What?
They just introduce it.
Oh, okay.
Where it says, "Duh, Remy, stop with the cube."
Tap, tap.
Seems to be all sorts of all sorts of cute.
What?
But I read that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. It says, "Duh, Remy, stop with you."
Eep, 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 eep.
Then the princess says, "Dogs."
Sweet, stinky Remy. Why didn't it?
don't pull punches.
It's the brush behind me.
The maze.
That's what I meant. Thank you.
Rose says, nope, it's kitty attention. No time for games. But who's gonna chuck mushrooms at pumpkins?
Bad, huh?
Just pass them out. Passing out shrooms.
Here we go.
Those were some damaging shrooms.
I didn't even break a sweat.
Yeah, Shroom Boy carried you on that one. What if a gigapowered crowd could be like you get shrooms?
I'm not sure those were words.
Anyway, gross.
I
They
don't
were-
pull punches.
Hey, I got shrooms. Hey, I got shrooms.
Stage clear.
Altamir.
Altamont. Wait.
What? High Mountain. It's Brownie Mountain, Charlie.
It's Charlie Mountain. Wait.
What?
There we go. You're capped out now.
A cold hippo gets hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
That's silly. The princess says it's Cleodathion, Charlie.
It's magical Leopleurodon, Charlie.
Show us the way.
It will show us the way.
Put a banana in your ear. Shove a ripe banana right into
Ow.
your favorite ear.
She nibbled my elbow.
Aw. And the princess says, shun the non-believers! Shun!
Shun! Shun!
It's true, so true. Once it's in your something will disappear. The troubles of the world are hard to hear when in your ear a banana chair so full. A banana in your ear. Intentionally the wrong register for that song.
I mean, she groomed the rake and then had like a big old fluff stuck to her lip.
Silly kitty.
Mm-hmm. Ow!
I mean, she is a male fluff.
She is. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I thought I saw the E on him.
Oops. There's something going the wrong way, like it shouldn't.
Oop, careful.
There.
Yeah! Here we go! Not bad.
Unicorn pasture.
Yeah!
That was such a duck-like meow.
Nice try.
Got a lot of quack feel. I've got like a day until the next unicorn pasture.
It's been probably like at least a week since the last one.
15.48 thousand unicorns.
Yeah, 6 days, 3 hours, 13 minutes, 25 seconds to my next unicorn pasture. Not counting the ones that come through rifts.
Here we go.
It's like, or I could spend 5,000 unicorns to make another key
Okay, I'll stop.
and increase the rate of unicorns by 5%. Spend 10,000 unicorns and increase the rate of unicorns by 10%.
Did that hurt?
But I have to spend a bunch of unicorns to get more rifts. 2.9 out of 33 tiers. Only 7 ziggurats, it's like 5 zacks.
Yeah, that's why you need to build more ziggurats.
I have 7.
I have like over 50.
I'm on my first loop.
That's fine. If you're able to build more ziggurats, do so.
That's a poor use of minerals when I'm trying to make a log house
Oh, well then, yes.
and get more slabs for titanium and mansions, and then just reset already. Because I've got 140 cats. Which would net me over 1 entire karma point, amazingly. Considering I already have like 62.7. Christmas presents.
Oh, something neat that I discovered.
And 70 parrot. Which I know.
In order to build the cryo chambers, which let you carry over kittens through resets,
Ooh, like Chronospheres for kittens.
yeah, cryo chambers cost karma to build,
Oh,
but there is a thing that you can research that lets you repair the used ones. So it's basically, you only have to spend the karma once, and then you have a cryo chamber for the next time you reset. Like you have to get the stuff to repair it, but that is... The repair materials are far less significant. It's like 3,000 flux, 100 time crystals, and something, I forget.
so how good is a cryo chamber? Does it like come with housing for the kittens?
I don't think it comes with housing. It might, maybe? Actually, yes,
Yeah, where do they live if you
The-
don't have a bus?
the broken cryo chambers count as housing, I think.
Oh, okay. I was about to ask, what is their points? Because early game housing is not basically not an issue. But that just answered my question. That's it's extra houses you get over whatever the cap might be in your current resource cap.
Well, I mean, it's also, you get these highly experienced,
Oh yeah, not to mention your top experience guys.
yeah,
That's worth it.
that's the main benefit.
I don't think you get. Do you get anything out of their skill level until you research the thing that gives you skill levels?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. You just can't change who's in charge. Or put anyone in charge.
Right, you can't put anyone in charge until you research that. You can't have them using skills for things that you haven't researched yet.
Be gone! I didn't even break a
Warning.
sweat.
Oh, gross.
You.
It fell out of my shirt.
Good job.
From my arm.
Not bad, huh?
Stage clear. Hey, wait, when did I get another sleepy hammer? Oh, I probably unequipped it from somebody.
Then I can finish that cake so I can bring Rose back her cake to eat. Thanks again for that, my Rose. One slice remains.
It was a delicious cake.
Kitty Punch sounds like a drink. Rose says, yay!
Oop. Okay.
And we think someone else is coming to the show.
Oh.
Though whether or not he'll say things is uncertain. Clang, clang, Maxwell sleepy hammer. Came down his head. Clang, clang, Maxwell sleepy hammer. Made him go to bed. It can happen, you. Kay Brandon says hello.
Hello!
How's the new job Jenny gonna say?
Drub?
Yeah, I would say job, it got weird. It says smelly glove, lol. Yep, smelly glove. I believe it is poison sometimes.
I think so, yeah.
It's like stench damage in Best of Loathing. It's just so
Lots.
stinky.
Lots of those things I need to level up.
Stinky like the rain. Might be hungry like the wolf when you can be stinky like the cat.
Don't be stinky like the cat.
Yeah. Nacho Jack. Sweet corn. A smelly jacket to go with a stinky glove. Night vision goggles. Good for getting stabbed through floorboards.
Oh, hey, I have an unequipped bargain scope. I should put that on somebody. Hop, hop. And all of these things I should just mash into one thing.
Squish them. Oh, you've got like an infusion. Energy candy.
How many change-ups do I have, and do I need them?
Why is one of them?
I don't even know what that does. As far as I know, that doesn't do anything.
It gives it a little ice aspect that I guess if you wanted to, you could shove onto a real item.
But you can't level up a change-up. You can't equip a change-up, so you can't even do that.
Maybe it gets a tiny bit more potency to, like, tiles. Yeah, the tile effect
Maybe?
in Purified? I'm not sure. Wait, you have a present?
Yeah. I bought it because I had the money for it and was like, okay, I want to... And then I remembered what it did, and I was like, oh, I don't want to do that yet. Poisoned hand. Try not to pick your nose.
I'm just reminded of that.
All right, the stinky glove is or the smelly glove is paralyze.
Ah, okay. What's the magic hand do? Nothing.
Yeah, it gives some int and SP. Does not give the user ESP.
No excessive stench proclamation fuel. For example, is excessive stench proclamation. Go out into redneck territory and throw a break a rotten egg.
Actually, wait, for this, I probably want, The zombies and the bats... Well, the zombies definitely have low int. The bats are kind of meh. The bears... The fire has good int. But do I have... I have that one trained all the way. Okay, so Fire the Great.
Welcome back, Wizard Princess.
Welcome back.
He says, ahoy, high school cheers. I believe you've been over it before, but I keep reading when the stars the HS is for.
I don't know.
Which global emote,
Okay, so for these kind of things... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
He says, magic hand into the smelly glove. You can't merge them.
9.
That's where you would, but you can.
I'm gonna need that to be a much higher level.
I believe this game was for PS1?
PS2.
PS2? Yes. An early Nippon Ichi outing before the Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Shh. Secret staff. Tell no one. The secret of the staff must not fall into the wrong hands.
Wrong hams.
Steamed hams. The secret of the hams.
Okay, so this fire rod is going to need to be level 15.
Woo!
That'll take a bit.
Yes. Oh, it's gonna have to purify so many suckers.
Any of these that already have some levels on them? Well, why the hell not?
Fours. Oh wait, they're not level 4s. They're element.
Yeah.
Because they're rods. I have eyes.
Do you?
Yes, I see things. Why I know where ring is.
No, I mean. Okay, let's get those things some levels.
Here's one to start with.
Not spirit levels.
Ah, Myth and Princess, your typing seems just fine.
Perhaps she perhaps she was cautious in typing that one.
Keith made to greet her and misspelled it as a Mitar Princess. Like, oops, I can't type. So I'm no good at typing. Don't know how my friends put up with me. Typing ability varies from day to day in my experience.
There was an amusing typo in one of the moderator channels on this Discord earlier today, where cheese curds became cheese curses. I assume they were using a phone for that to happen. Because I figure autocorrect would have to come
Toby
into play.
Jagoff. Mythic Princess says, I can type sometimes, but I'm sure it'll have to decider if some of my... had to decider more than a few of my typos as an officer.
And there's one of them.
Correct spelling is decipher with an F. I'm thinking that one's intentional. See? Well. Delicious defense.
Yes.
Now to matter this pumpkin. Mega critical. Giga power. Goddesses. Crack! 609 damage.
I must be strong.
I think that's the most damage I've seen one attack do so far in this game.
TJ says they're going to learn how to VTube.
They're becoming a false potato.
Eat this! I didn't even break a sweat.
It's this game is one of my favorite events I streams. Really interesting. Rosa, I'd watch TJ V2.
Heck yeah.
VEETOOB.
I don't pull punches.
Yeah, seeing how TJ operates behind such a mask would be interesting. What if they do a friend scene and be like, "Good morning, Everest."
But yeah, they were commenting on how Niji Sanji is opening up auditions again. Remy Groom.
Yes, indeed. The boss attack from Chrono Trigger. Yes, indeed.
That feels like the localization missed something. Like, I can't say for certain that they did, because I have no idea, but that's what it feels like with that, because
It's kind of early game, so I'd be surprised if it was jokey to begin with.
yeah.
Like, something
No.
got, like, the spirit of whatever the joke actually was got lost, so... Possibly up to notes, I'm not really sure. Actually, was he on that?
Yeah, I think it was Woolsey.
Yeah, it may have been last episode. Let's just cram it.
Burial.
When are you going to start encountering the sequel to the Imperial?
What?
Well, the pieces seem to come in, like, different lines, effectively.
Right.
The Imperial is definitely its own sort of armor. Obviously pretty much meant for the
I mean, it's all around. It's defense and then 10 to every stat.
It is a nice little all-around thing. It happens to be particularly good for like her starting abilities.
Yeah.
You know, she's got physical, she got magical, she got defense.
Mm-hmm.
I think she starts with one. It's a nice little piece.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I've seen the one that comes next in it. Like, does the same thing but more. Oop.
Pow.
You know, she was using her
Not a
weapon,
bad
but
fight.
the kick worked out this time. I wonder how much damage Coup de Grace does now.
Mhm.
In the nerds! They died somehow.
Death finds a way. Stage clear.
With the aid of Jeff Goldblum, whose name I took over 40 seconds to remember for some reason.
Him named Jeff.
What the heck is his name? His Not Jeff Bridges, that's the term. It was Jeff. Jeff Goldblum, there. He says, shoot him up, followed by spoil. Well. I'm not sure if Jeff Goldblum was actually in this game. That would be weird.
Wait, what?
Like, yeah, that doesn't really seem like a spoiler.
No, one of the training commands was spoil.
Oh, okay.
I just used it.
Yes.
Punch. Meditate.
Spoil. Has the elemental power of aid. Weapon once used by Mrs. Bones. Like Mrs. Jones, but undead. He says, stinky glitch.
31, 37, 17, 17, 18, 17.
What was the fish's name? It looks like there was a same.
Fish was Emperor Fish.
Never mind.
Pumpkin Human, Pumpkin Basket, Pumpkin Station, Always Pumpkin,
Always.
Pumpkin Pod, Pumpkin Mystery.
Okay, I like the sentence earlier. Fish. Sticks. Sorry. Fish from the river Styx.
I was going to say spelled with a Y.
Fish from the band Styx. Spelled with a PH.
That's two different bands.
Fish sticks. Oh boy, I dare some venue to do a double thingy with them. Just like hand out tartar sauce to the crowd.
I'm not sure Styx. I'm not sure Styx still exists as a band, and they are so entirely different.
It would just be for the stupid gag.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sponsored by Long John Silver's. Oh dear. Yep, sticks.
Oops, nope, there we go. I don't think that'll be quite enough for...
Oh man, thinking of Long John Silver's makes me freaking want broccoli cheddar soup. Not that theirs is a great example of the form.
True.
It's just one of the first I had.
Let's do like that. That'll get me enough for a miracle.
He says, Renegade?
Renegade who had it made, retrieve for a bounty. Da-da-da-ba-da-ba-da.
Mutiny on the bounty.
No, that's not. It's not even the tune.
Rose says, good song. I know it's not. I was just like running around with Long John Silver's joke. Boatjoke.org.
Boat joke. Joke boat.
Ah.
Okay, now, will the miracle hit both of them, or will it only hit that one right there, because that's the one that's enclosed? Yep, it got both of them.
It gets everyone on the track and everyone inside it.
Okay. Cool.
Keith is attempting to find the attempting to find the thumbs up note. And saying noise. Neos. Not Nokia.
Boos.
I remember Boost. That was silly.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite typos.
He says Mercy Wing 1. Wing up. Close enough. Is there like a thumps?
Thumps. Major tangent, but have you ever had Thumbs Up Cola?
No? I think.
It's it's an Indian brand of cola, which for some reason were like early sponsors of the Oklahoma Thunder. I don't think they had much success breaking into this market, but there was a local Indian restaurant that carried the stuff, I presume, because of that connection. And so I tried it, and it was weird. Like, it wasn't bad, but it tasted very chemical. Now, granted, I've never eaten a cola nut, so I don't know what they actually taste like. Maybe they do taste like that. But yeah, there was definitely a harshness to the flavor that is not in domestic colas.
He says, no, but I love cola. Interesting. Hard. I love Indian food.
Indian food is good. I miss spice and rice.
Yeah. There we go. I was looking around for a positive emote in the Twitch emote. I ran into Praise It, which guess what that is?
Is it a... Oh, is the...
Nope.
Oh, it's not Solaire?
It's the spiral shell.
Ha! Nice.
Oh boy, next butthole who puts in start 9 is getting kicked. I swear the final boss of Twitch Plays Pokemon was that freaking ledge. The Elite Four were easier.
All-terrain Venomoth is probably my favorite thing from that, though.
All-terrain Venomoth was great. He says, you played Pokemon?
I played the original back in the day, and then I had Blue. That's the only one I've actually beaten.
I rented the original Pokemon Stadium. And I had Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, I did have Pokemon Stadium, which let me use my Pokemon on the TV, which was neat. And... okay, so there was that.
But we were also there for the event that was Twitch Plays Pokemon.
Yes.
Which spawned how many?
Well, there was...
there was Fish Plays Pokemon?
There was Praise Helix. There was, Fish?
Yeah, I was trying to think of, like, how many,
Spin-offs?
emulators? No.
Copycats.
Something like that, yeah. There were a few people doing stuff very like that because of how popular it had been. I remember Fish plays Pokemon. I think it was a hamster. Twitch plays Dark Souls. Did not work well.
Imagine not, no.
It was a lot of dodge rolling.
I mean, that's probably not as bad as it could have been.
I just wonder if they ever got any Souls levels at all.
Yeah.
Dogs completely dead. I love how she nearly killed it without a single special proc. Boom to the head! Keith says Elden Ring XD. I've yet to even see any Elden Ring content. It's out there. Oh, it's out there.
I've not watched any videos, but I've seen some good screenshots.
I've seen jokes.
No, wait, I take it back. I saw a clip of Girl DM with the big jellyfish.
Oh yeah, I saw the jellies. And there's a thing on Checkpoint where apparently you can, depending on your build in Elden Ring, you can kind of go Dragon Ball on stuff. Because that looks like a Ki Blast.
Which the reason that came up on Checkpoint was that the speedrunning record for the game now stands at under 1 hour.
He says it's been getting a ton of hype. I mean, of course it has. It's a new FromSoft game.
Yeah.
Like, everyone and their dog loved Dark Souls 1 and 3. And Bloodborne.
Yeah.
Bloodborne was big.
Apparently it's, like, getting more, like, mainstream success. Like, it's moving more units than the Dark Souls games did. Which means more people are buying it.
I assume it has, it's got their reputation.
Yeah.
He says, yeah, it's supposedly more accessible. Yeah, kind of like Bloodborne was. It's like, Bloodborne lets you get away with being really, really aggressive because you can also, like, get HP back by hitting things. So you stick with the basic, trick saw and just spam the basic attack. And you can kind of, like, tank because you're draining as you fight. And yeah, from what little I've seen of Elden Ring, it looks like it goes for a little more of the JRPG. Well, maybe not more of a Western RPG, honestly. It goes for a little more of the power fantasy as opposed to the desperately trying to stay alive to sort of save a ruined world. As Dark Souls tends to be.
Yeah.
And heck, Bloodborne as well. Everything is wrecked in Bloodborne by the time you get there. It's not, like, long dead like it is in Dark Souls, but it's screwed. It's just recently screwed.
And now I'm remembering the dry versus wet
Yep.
thing again.
Oddly, plenty of Dark Souls is pretty wet, too. The bosses are gooey.
Not as gooey as Bloodborne, though.
Yeah, Bloodborne is sopping and gross. Slick. You are in a place of healing. Sure it is, buddy. He says super moist. Like a delicious cake. This game is wet.
42.
Club Pumpkin.
Pumpkin.
Not as popular as Club Penguin, I presume.
Probably not.
Yeah, I've seen tiny clips of Elden Ring wherein the Tarnished is just kind of styling on a group of enemies. Which, Dark Souls doesn't let you get away with that a lot. You can late game good items and knowing your reach timing and different attacks and how to not get hit. But, it's famous for punishing you for daring. If Elden Ring is a little bit more friendly, I can see it being a lot more popular. Also, FromSoft sure does like to other the player at the start. Hollows, undead. What's the correct term for the ashen?
The ashy.
It's like people call you Ashen One, and later like, Ashen or Champion of Ashes or something like that. But the Ashen One is like the chosen of a class of people that are like really low on the ladder.
Eat this!
403.
It's like
Forbidden.
A special kind of unusually useless undead. Never mind the chosen undead with humanity just kind of looked like a person.
I must grow stronger.
Whereas the champion of Ash with an ember looked badass. Keeps those 403, 404. Forbidden not found. Oops. Now in Elden Ring, apparently you're tarnished. Like what? Is the quest to get some freaking silver polish? Maybe develop a passivation layer? Get coated in glass? Like a mirror? Does your quest take you somewhere to get polished and then trapped in glass forever so you can bounce a laser? Somewhere important to not exactly save the world but perpetuate it? It acts similar but stupider than the linking of the fire. I love the silly interpretation of the Dark Souls 1 story being like a prank on you, the player. Idiot undead sets self on fire forever! Then you've got the Firelink Firekeeper and Kingseeker Framp just chuckling and snickering like crazy.
Kingseeker Frampton.
I'll refrain from saying much more unless I actually spoil some Dark Souls 1 stuff for anyone out there.
Be gone!
583.
Why you? Ugh. I win.
Yes, Barry, you beat the crap out of it with your jump. Good job.
Ah!
Oh no! No! Quick, someone get an auto hit! Oh, come on! Protect the fish! Sadness. Oh, one of those rounds.
Zetsubushita.
Okay, nothing happened. There. Don't give in to despair. Believe in the hope that rises against it.
Believe in me who believes in you.
Okay.
This is another one of Monokuma's tricks.
You suck.
You're referencing an anime, I'm referencing another game. Wee!
Their game we.
He says shite, and bam. What? Are you getting auto-modded? There's a sword mode to check on it. Neither of these windows are in sword mode. I should accept. There, which sword mode?
Okay.
Receive auto mod. Ooh, what stupid things Twitch is doing to me. It is not loading what it may have previously did. Of course, I just opted into it. No Twitch.
I mean, sword mode would have the auto mod queue there.
Yes, but I think that kind of only populates what came up for
I mean, the chat does, but I don't think. I think the auto mod queue would stay there.
Certainly happy. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
Better not dodge again. Oh my god!
Thousands of poops! I don't know. Come on, someone out of it, please.
Time to die.
Please, someone out of it. Out of it? Out of it? Oh my goodness. Goddesses, no. Someone.
Pumpkin God is right. Jesus.
Phrasing.
That was half intentional.
Game says pumpkin for the win. Pumpkin latte.
Wait a second. If I move there, I can have even more. We'll go all the way that way. Magic hand.
She got the magic stick.
Oh no, that's Priye.
I think hers is just a stick.
Yeah, I mean, she does some magic with it. Like Holy Wind.
Sure. But that's probably just, like, basic conjuration.
Yeah, it's probably not that the stick is magic itself.
I'm a replicate my stick and make them spin like crazy and chuck them at things for injury pain damage.
Although actually, she is equipping like 3 different staves. Alouette is, I mean, so I guess she does have more than one magic. She has the magic sticks. She has some magic sticks.
Did she use them on a fish?
No.
Aw, fish sticks! Fish sticks!
There we go!
Yay, it died.
Did that hurt?
Good job, Eclair. What else has we seen Chocolate Eclair?
I don't think that's actually her name.
What do you mean? This is clearly Vanilla Eclair. Hey, it's not my fault that everything in the kingdom of Paprika is named after food.
This is true.
The only reason this place isn't named after food is because we're outside the kingdom. We travel to a faraway land. On the pirate airship. He says, machine is gonna shoot for the previous battle win. Magic incense. I'm gonna get FF14 streams. Just kidding.
I could now. Not that I have a lot to do there, really.
Yeah, you want to see the last of the roll quests?
Did you want to see me grind in Eureka?
You want to see me eat this dirt?
You want to see me do a lot of crafting?
That's way too much crafting.
Although I did do a really long stream a while back of, back when I was working on my, Saint of the Firmament title. Which, that was just a bunch of crafting. I think that was the same stream where Mom found that big old caterpillar outside.
Oh yeah, I wasn't there. But I saw the caterpillar because I was watching on my phone because my dad went to sleep for a while.
Wait, was that one of the times that he was in the hospital?
No, that was when I was at his house taking care of much of the surgery.
Ah, okay.
Because specifically, he couldn't reach that wound drain,
That's right.
and I could not leave until
I remember to
it
say
was. Basically, I couldn't leave until that was out, and he could handle the pump on it. Which I had great difficulty verifying.
1, 2, 3, 4. My staff is ready. Let's swap out for another elemental staff.
Keith inquires, do you have a YouTube channel? Or is your FF14 in Twitch archives?
I do have a YouTube channel. It is a few years behind right now. I go in phases of just getting a whole bunch up at once, and then it sits for a while. There should be some FF14 up on the YouTube channel, though. It's Throne of Games, just like this one. The icon is not my crowned cat bread. It's a pixel throne with like a Super Nintendo sitting in it. But yeah, you'll find all my old stuff there from...
You have to find a lot of goofy arse content, including significantly younger versions of us and some of our friends and the old apartment.
Mm-hmm.
I was in college for some of it.
Yeah. The highlight of that stuff would probably be the front mission series.
Front mission was a good time.
That one was delightful. But yeah. Sure, 8 staff. 8 rod.
I wonder if some episodes had the old couch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's
I miss the
definitely.
old couch.
Yeah. Because the first couple years worth were at the old apartment.
Yep. Now, the old apartment is where we lost our couch. It's Montana.
Yeah. Remy.
Yes, I can hook you a link.
It might be linked somewhere in the channel here. If it isn't, it's definitely on the blog.
Copy link address. There we go. It is done. That was a trivia. It's like 3 roads meeting in the middle of for no reason.
19, 17, 17. None of them are particularly high level this time.
1917. $68 and a half.
So Eric is there.
It's like half for one.
Yes, Eric.
Half of the.
Uh-huh.
Reminds me of, was it Bernard the Bearded Cricket? That was from the AP history classroom. There was a dead cricket that had like a bunch of dust on its head.
Oh.
It was like a beard. No one ever cleaned it up, and it got a name and a title, and it was silly. It's like when people are making grave offerings to a dead raccoon in the middle of a street. In the middle of the street.
I've seen that
attention
before,
to the
too.
fact that the city hadn't cleaned up the dead raccoon in the street. It's like this ridiculous raccoon memorial started building up.
Idiots.
This is a strange but effective protest.
Okay.
Why you? That was close.
Yeah, so close. Mm-hmm.
Here it goes. That was close.
Jeez, kid, freaking isekai that pumpkin, why don't you? Those rooms are hitting like truck-coon.
Gotcha.
Shot in the face. To
You've only
blame.
got yourself to blame.
You've only got yourself to blame.
Good job, Croy. You give Gorgs a bad name.
Oh my gourd.
Pumpkin shrine. He says pew pew pew. Manu knows furious wipes.
Not a bad fight.
Can someone teach him payday? Is that an HM? It feels like an HM.
It's a TM.
Ah. Nope.
Although, actually, is there a TM of Payday? I know Meowths just learn it naturally.
Yeah, maybe it's just like a Meowth version only move or something like that.
I'm pretty sure they're at least in the first gen, they're the only ones who do learn it.
You said I was called Floor Tank when I said I was Dragoon. It's pretty much correct.
Yep.
Yep.
That is the designated job of the Dragoon.
Someone's got to protect the rest of the party from the floor. It's dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Especially in that one fight where the floor rotates a little bit.
All of creation at my beck and call.
I love how swiftly that became a meme. Like, well, it's unsettling that he can do that with the battlefield. It's also pathetic that he can't think to do anything else with it.
Yeah.
It's like, that guy would make a pretty bad Green Lantern.
Wouldn't he be more like a Yellow Lantern?
Oh, definitely. But he'd just be bad at being, like, you know, like the big thing about using lantern powers is you kind of need creativity.
Sure.
Because, well, significant, the raw power is not that great. So you have to give it form. And to really get much out of it, you have to give it form appropriate to whatever the situation is, whatever the goals are.
Right. Which is why that one cat, the Red Lantern,
I don't pull punches.
while he is certainly terrifying, he's
Not as big a threat as he could be because
Yeah.
he's just a house cat.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's really sad that a house cat became a Red Lantern.
Yeah.
Oh,
His backstory is
people were mean to you, weren't they?
yeah, his backstory is so sad.
This is getting interesting. A most
Like it makes me cry, seriously.
It makes him rage.
Mm-hmm. Dexstar, that's his name.
Weird name for a cat. Was he raised on the planet?
No.
Or did he pick that after, like, being uplifted?
It's a corruption of Dexter.
Okay. Does he have a lab?
No.
Does he hang out with the lab?
Not that I'm aware of.
Stupid callback to a little SpongeBob bit of plankton. Behold, my lab! Picture of a yellow lab just being unhappy. And my laboratory! Ah, goodness. Back when that show's writers hadn't been tapped out.
Hmm.
I need to get more drink and the rest of that cake, I think.
Okay.
Have that tomorrow, but I think I'm okay.
Cake.
To me! Nice try.
Oh, you're off? Alright, well, see you later. Thanks for watching. We probably won't be going too much longer. It is about midnight now, isn't it? Oh, it's 12:20. Wow. So yeah, we should probably find someone to raid pretty soon here. In fact, yeah, let's just go ahead and head back out. This is probably a good time to call it. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. If I can wake up for it, I will be streaming tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m. Eastern, hopefully, with Deponia Doomsday. Saturday night is 2 Point Hospital, and I'll be back with more of this next Thursday. Now, let's see who's around to raid.
When Ultrasaurus plays American Truck Simulator.
What the heck is Susu doing?
Something weird?
It appears to be a watch stream of some sort. Maybe it'll be funny if people have given her funny things. Hopefully. So,
She
yeah.
says on her channel description, she does weird things.
Yeah. I mean, she's weird, but she's delightful, too.
I mean, she says that on her Twitch. No, not Twitch. Bird.
Twitter.
Yeah, the bird site.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks again. Hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.